We're not doing opaque light of serenity, no. We're doing box. We're doing unopened box. Yeah. This one. This is the way. Talin, 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 talin. Hello, 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 hello. Ugh. E. Also, hello. And welcome. I think I need hot drink if I'm going to make it through this. We must do this at once. I have again returned. Not just to begin the stream, but also from getting drink. Yum yum. Somewhat yum yum. Very important. Maybe give Cat some food. That's also important. Drink is it's like coffee with some like cream tossed into it. Kind of yummy. Kind of sort of yummy. I think it's pretty good anyways. We need one of these. Oh, we need one of these. Maybe we don't. I need to click on the scene. The one scene. Not that one. This one. This one. This one. Oh yeah, yeah. Somewhat. Oh yeah, yeah. It's such a mess. I don't necessarily think I have that many scenes in OBS, but I have enough that it's annoying. Just a few dozen. Just a few dozen. I don't even know what some of these are. I don't even use some of these. Why are there so many of them? Who put them there? Who is responsible? Welcome to Mog, Outrix, Rudinoff, Kiram, 3213, Egoist, Kiram again, Egoist again, Sherlock, LOL. Hello, hello. Cobra Chicken. Everybody trying to derail me sometimes. We love the Mesaka voice. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I feel like I'm like congested and maybe a slightly raspy for half the streams. But that's probably because I hear my own voice a lot. Like a lot, a lot. That KSP scene. Oh, now I'm curious if I have. I do have a scene for KSP. Yeah, yeah. You can bet I haven't touched that one for a while. definitely exists somehow. Yikes. Welcome, Richard Skull. How ominous. How ominous. Sip. Licious sip. Dishlicious sip. Made some coffee during the other starting soon screen. So I'm sipping on that. So yummy, yummy. So very slurp sip. Kind of, sort of yummy. Maybe. Just maybe a little bit. She's good for the soul. That's good for something. Can't say for certain if it's the soul or not. It is something. For sure? For real? For real? For real? It's tasty. Just want to sip this, but it's also hot, so I can't just drink it all. Extra tea. Oats. Put the tea in the oats? Sometimes I put the coffee in the oats. Make coffee oatmeal. It's definitely a bit of a thing. It's what I would call all right. It's not too special. But it does kind of have like a flavor to it. Of course, then again, I also tend to like mix. I usually make my oatmeal with like plant-based milk products, if you can call them that. Sometimes that factors into the flavor. Kind of yum yum. Kind of, sort of, maybe yum yum. I'm gonna click. Click. I love how the alignment isn't quite the same. Because that's a thing. Can't remember if I tried making oatmeal with like tea or not. I think I have. I feel like I've done this kind of before. seems vaguely like something that I would do. Something that I would get up to. Very Aya. Sometimes. Very Aya. Get them oats. Them crazy oats. I forget what flavor of, or what variety of oats I typically have around. Because I just eat them. Well, I don't pay attention half the time. Yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy. Or at least kind of yummy, yummy. Nothing. Not the nothing. Yeah, I almost want to like put my point redeems, ones that don't entirely do something, into like the like chat box thing, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. There's lots more crazy gizmo stuff to maybe get done at some point. Like, I have still been sitting on a giant to-do list for the VM thing, the Wave 2. I have not gotten around to that properly yet. I have a small-ish but growing list of like stream redemption type things. That I have to figure out at some point. At some point, I say, very indefinitely. So very indeterminately. No breakfast. Beware the avoidance of breakfast, lest you be tempted by everything in existence. Second breakfast, third breakfast, fourth breakfast, fifth breakfast. We could go on. and on, and on. Maybe. Whatever works for you, I would suppose. So much sip. So much delicious sip. So much tasty sip. Garbage plate. That's definitely a menu item. A curious menu item. We have been prismed. My comrade soul. Hello, comrade soul. Everything eggs. Potato. Smothered in gravy. Yeah. Don't tempt me. Given the option, I like to have all of my foods basically, practically swimming in gravies. Especially like the white gravy. Thick white gravies. E? Somewhat E? Thankfully, I don't eat a whole ton of that stuff. We have it in moderation. Code nightly. Hello, hello. Very hello and welcome. I feel like I've seen you around other parts of other streams that are part of the green circle. Maybe? Certainly looks familiar to me. Spotted. Called out. Yeah? I must blame. Why would you blame Clonk for this? Too much being called out or something. He has sucked you in. You have been sucked into the realm, the zone, as they call it. Oh no. I am being projected. Gasp. Something that I've observed an awful lot of various green circle members is the proliferation of different vocabulary. Particularly on like the L:"Q streams and the prod Z pod streams, for example. We get stuff like zone, style, this sort of things. Using the word Jean as an adjective. Very truly. Things may or may not be fearsome. And then in the Mesaka stream, I have my own, like, weird little vocabulary. Things become kinda somewhat yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, meh. Instead of zones, we have realms. Sometimes I use style. Sometimes. I certainly call things things. There's lots of things. We do a lot of things, and then we do more things here on the Mesaka channel. Truly, truly. Realm is pretty tasty. Lots of words are tasty. For some reason, I classify words as being tasty or flavorful. I don't know if I've seen others do this or not. Got the thingy. Here we have the stuff and the thingy. It's curious sometimes. It's very, very curious. Mesaka is also powered by fusion. Confusion. Very powerful, truly, indeed. Sort of. You know what we need? I think we need the other color of this effect. I want this one to be... Which one was it? The green one? Orange? Amber? The more inverted amber? The monochrome? I don't know. Amber is pretty tasty. Let me adjust the level on this a little bit, maybe a little bit. Not enough contrast. Much contrast? The light blue? Light blue is also pretty good. Very, yeah. If you stack them, they're kind of overdone. You know what I really need? I need these to like trigger the sound effect. then Mesaka can be automated to the extent fullest allowed by the permission system. So very extremely cyber Mesaka. Unfortunately, we are unable to process this request in an automated manner. The control queue has not been configured to transmit messages of the variety format OSC necessary for selecting modes in the audio control subsystem. We deeply regret that this system does not allow us to automate this most epic effect of Mesaka. For it offers the greatest next generation technology of Mesaka output technology. Perhaps we have transcended the organic realm. Perhaps perhaps it wore off. Oh well. Oh well. Hello and welcome to Analytic Mind. Hello and Ohio with to welcome Takeda. Relax. Never enough relax. We need more relax. Ohio. Not the Ohio. Additive with limits. A lot of my redeems are like limits of sorts. You know, technically with lighting, the way you're supposed to do lighting is you are supposed to make lighting additive. Sort of. But you're supposed to like project the resulting lights in like inverse logarithmic space. Which may or may not result in them being sort of almost multiplied together. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure what the effect of that would be. Lighting is weird. Why are we trying to fill a pool with the ducks? This would be kind of gasp. Very extremely gasp. This may be somewhat true, though. I don't know. We probably had some left over from, like, I don't know, the last stream. I didn't even look. Sort of forgot. Kind of sort of forgot a little bit. Blender nodes to Unity would be kind of yikes. Kind of sort of yikes. Hello and welcome to Asia. Asia Empress. Very welcome, welcome. And then we do Steam. Find out if we have... What's it called? Why does it do that? Yeah. So, like, I have this hard drive in my computer that's, like, normally not mounted at all. And for some reason, it keeps getting spun up, and we don't want it to get spun up. Because it makes noise, and then, like, it's very distracting. I just unplug the silly thing. I don't use it half the time. But apparently Steam tried to spin up the hard drive, and I'm like, why are we doing this? This is not what is supposed to happen. Not it's available space? I don't know. It's not mounted. So, like, what are you doing? Are you looking at the physical, like, device node in, like, the /dev? Like, what are we doing? Are we snooping my partitions? I don't even. I don't even. Oh yeah, we had lots of ducks last time. Sometimes I, like, somewhat intentionally clear them. But yeah, after the last stream we had quite a pool. Quite an extensive pool. There are 45 of them in there. Very E. You might have a duck. Possibly. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh yeah, there's one. There's no audio being routed through here. I've ever mentioned how, like, absolutely ridiculously cursed my entire audio setup is? Sometimes it's a bit of a yeah. It's a bit of a yeah. It's something else. It's usually this other computer, the one that we're capturing here, this one usually remains partially muted. That the stream doesn't typically get the output from it. Unless I turn it on. Which is not something I always do. If we do that, and then we like, and then we duck, that's sort of like one thing. But then all the Meisaka mentions get replicated in duplicate. Because we have 2 copies of like the stream control panel thing open. I don't know. I don't even know. You will get duck if you say stuff in chat and then a certain amount of time passes. So, by virtue of saying that you want to have duck, you will end up getting one. I'm sure. All within due time. The duck. The duck. This is just like a game on Steam. Yeah. Very yeah. And we run it under Proton. Code Nightly spawned a duck. Gasp. I can agitate the pool by like taking these pumpkins, like bumping the ducks. Could probably. Sometimes I give them names. I call you Stabby. You can be called Windows 95. You can be Stabby Mark II. You can be deleted. You can be Squeak. Well, light. You can be Rocks DB. Cause it's a rock. This is Proton on just regular Linux. It's running on the host. Of course, the evil one, we always have to give this, we always have to call this one FreeBSD. Always. Always. Because reasons. You can be FSCK. Yay. You can be... I don't know. Dark one? You can be OBS. Sure. Half of the viewers. I'm surprised that half of the viewers aren't just straight up subscribed. By virtue of tons of things. Oh, that's a pretty good one. You could be Sag Fault. Neo Fetch. E. None of E. You will be System D. A thingy. A thingy. Nothing but thingy. You can be VMware. We got all the head pats, maybe. Meh. Meh. Windows Defender wants to update. Yeah, I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. Kind of. R. Wavillo. Duck. Summon. Epic summon. Epic summon. Cobra Chicken has an evil duck. Gasp. Accurate? A very, maybe? A very maybe. You can be Sonic Pie. The issue with the unmounted drive being spun up. How is this interesting? It also sort of happens in Windows, but like, I don't know, it's Windows. So I'm like not too terribly concerned. Can we not click? Notice the UI in this game kind of messes up. Something is happening to it. Something is happening to it. Slash delve slash SHM. The last line of defense. Clearly, clearly. And then you can be VLC. Got the everything. Yep, got all the things. Did I miss any of them? I don't know. We don't know. Boop them. See if there's any strays. I don't think there's any strays though. Yet. Anyways, one of my projects, one of my objectives, goals, this sort of things. BLL. Like, I don't even know. With Windows, it spins up when at boot time, and then I don't have an option to spin it down. On Linux, we have like this suspend command that I can run. So I just kind of accept the fact that if I'm running Windows, for example, it will stay spun up. Rip. Rip. Very rip. At least Windows Defender doesn't need to update anymore. Well. That's about how I feel about Windows Defender updates. Yeet. Just yeet. But yeah, I kind of wanted to make something not too terribly dissimilar from what's it called? Basically, I want to make something that's kind of almost like the duck game here, but like a little more abstract, more Mesaka themed, shall we say? And at least partially powered by like the Wave 2 virtual machine. And we almost watch your plastic fox girl. That might be a little bit too, I don't know. That might have the wrong connotation to it. Maybe a little bit. I like eat that. Eat? There's always like an extra pumpkin. Why do we have pumpkins at all? Bye bye. Bye bye. More yeet. We could go full RPG style maybe. I don't know. I like having something to knock them around with. Very somewhat So part of the idea was to take like my existing overlay thing for the virtual machine, which right now actually does render like a ton of triangles, and change it slightly to make it so that triangles, instead of being like, instead of making them pretend to be like pixels or something, we associate like a name with each one and then have them like zoom around a virtual space. I think this would be like sort of an interesting start. And then potentially add graphics to them. Potentially. A very, very potentially. Well, that's sort of thing, maybe. Yeah. How much? Yeah. I need this thing to mount my drive, my network drive, and then we need to go into... Probably not that drive. No, mount. What do we got mount? Who summoned? Outrix. Who was summoned to the plane beneath the thing? Let's see, these are located in M. Source. We have this thing called overlay, as opposed to a more specific other names for different things. And this renders a bunch of like triangles and so on and so forth using an array of data sourced from like the virtual machine thing. The crazy virtual machine thing. So to make this a little more, shall we say, interesting, perhaps. More interesting, we would need to make it render something more like, I don't know, not a giant grid of triangles. Box. This does not look like a box. This looks like a triangle in disguise. Very disguised triangle. El Charlitos Mendoza. Hey, hi. We have so many data. So many data. Where is draw call, actually? Where does this happen? We draw 3 elements, triangles, so I'm guessing this draws all of the triangle. Draw 2,048 instances. Yikes. Somewhat. Yikes. Like, I still sort of want the pixel grid to also exist. That requires memory. This requires an amount of memory. which we could do, not too terribly difficult. A not so difficult fashion by like maybe turning that into a texture instead. And then we also have the different triangle things. Yes, I think this is going to be the plan. I make the like, I need to make the memory, the pixely memory, into a texture. And then we have to draw quad. We must draw quad. Who got summoned this time? I don't know. I am not sure. So this one is the triangle. Triangle. The triangle. And then we want the box. They box, the box. The deliciousest box. Perhaps not. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I do probably want, no, I don't know, the width and the height in some way. Because if we're gonna make a bunch of triangles, the triangles need to be like at some set of coordinates. Let's see, I think we have to display them. What order do we have to display them in? 0 to 1? Oh, 2, 1? That's this one. This one. That way. Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. So we have to put the speed. I think top left will be bottom left. I think. Then we want, I don't know, top right. Bottom right, maybe. Then we need some indices here. This is 1, 2, 3. Box starts at 3, so we want 3, 4, 5, 1 axis. Five, 3, 6 for the other axis. Maybe. A little bit, yikes. Draw elements. I think we want neutral transform, draw elements. And then we need what? Mode. triangle. Count of elements. I forget. I forget if it's number of elements or if it's number of vertices. I'm gonna go with elements and assume it's like 6. 2 different triangles. And then this one is what? Unsigned int offset. How did we offset again? I don't know. Absolute heretical. Very duck. Very extremely. Yeah. Do we have MDN open here? I guess we do. And here we want to find draw elements. Mode count. 2 endpoints per line, 6 elements. Yeah, okay. Offset. Byte offset in the element array buffer. So that should be 4 times 3. Yeah, yeah. This is the background. The background, air quotes. Foreground triangle. Triangles. The temptation to write triangles is a strong one. Extremely. Extremely. Foreground triangles. We have MDN. Of course we have MDN. We probably have 3 different instances of MDN in 3 different windows for all I know. It's kind of crazy. At the very least, we recycled one of my MDM tabs. So we're not adding any. But yikes. Very somewhat yikes. Also memory. Something memory. We're gonna need different shader. We're gonna need different shader, I think. So, because we have like this one, which is okay. Kind of. How did this work here? We do column. Some crazy, what's it called? Vertex colors. We get the colors as inputs. Attributes? Attribute inputs? That's... I don't remember. I don't remember how any of this worked. Apparently our color array is a set of attributes. Then we have a divisor. A divisor set per instance. I was almost kind of vibing with the chibi feeling. Kinda, maybe, sorta. Such is life, though. Such is life. Are we? Redemption? Nothing? With all the nothing, we're probably going to end up with something eventually. At this rate. Yikes. Somewhat yikes. We have any unnamed ducks? I don't think so. But Control O ended up in the bottom of the pool. Sadness. Somewhat sadness. Very. Where? We got it in the middle here. Somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. It's penguin flavored. Delicious penguin flavored. I need some sample data, I think. Like, normally this thing connects to, like, the network to, like, populate the memory array. I think we need to unpopulate the memory array from the network. We need to, like, put this on hold almost. Let's see, where is memory? Test memory. Everyone needs test memory. Radiation sucker. Oh no. Oh no. How will I ever survive? Vertex data. Sub-buffer data. Vertex data. Array buffer. Is this the buffer that memory gets filled into? I forget. But array buffer. Array buffer. What do we bind? We bind vertex data, element data, instance buffer. I guess we have instance buffer bound constantly. I want test memory. Where is test memory? Meme? I didn't mean to type the extra E, but we're gonna keep it. We want I counter. This seems good. 1024, I don't remember how much memory I put in here. Oh, it's 2048. 2048. Test memory. I equals math random times 65535. Truncated slightly. I think this is fine. Or do you not cover, like... I don't know if it ever goes to 1 or not. Not sure. BIOS Wi-Fi, if not disabled in firmware. But it happened when we launched Steam. So I don't know how that would be, like, BIOS related. Or Wi-Fi related. Because it happened way afterwards. Like, we were in the operating system. And the drive was already spun down by me, manually. So... seems very odd. Like, I won't doubt that it could be that, but, like... it does seem kind of odd. Let's see. We got some of the triangles wrong, I think. Yay, random numbers. Wait, I wanted this to be mean. Too much meme. Yeah, my big triangles. Those are backwards, kind of, sort of, probably. What is this? This is supposed to be 4, not 3. So get the triangle in the middle. That way we have box. Large box for texturing things. Very highly important. Very highly important also would be the hydration. Unplugging all USB drives. Unplug all USB drives. You know, I know you're not particularly supposed to plug and unplug like SATA drives all that often, but I'm very tempted to just leave it unplugged all the time. How would we feel about Maisaka buying a boat and streaming from the middle of the sea? That's certainly a lifestyle. Very E. I would not mind this either. That would be kind of a thing. IRL ocean fishing. Smartphones don't usually have a whole lot of physical switches. In general. Sometimes they put like physical switches on like the what's it called? Laptops? Laptops typically get like physical switches. This cube. You will be called Cube. Very important. Most iPhones still have a switch, and I think you can sort of configure what it does. But it's a software switch, in a way. The bitrate crusher. The real bitrate crusher is all the Mesaka we've encountered along the way. It's so incredibly noise. It is so incredibly noise. I don't know if there's supposed to be like a space. I don't remember it being offset like that. I could just be like misremembering. It might be though. Yeah, screen ID. This is what? This is the size and position of the objects. So say this one could be 0. And then this other one technically be, I don't know, more to the right. Yeah, stop giving me error. So much error. Normally the thing is not configured to bitrate crush the screen. Looks like, where's this interval thing? Maybe we can hook this up. Is it spin? Might be spin. Too much spin. Hello and welcome, Ricardo Strikey. You look brighter. I did adjust the levels on the hologram system today. This could be a thing. I heard more duck. Cardo Strikey got a duck. Yay. We have that going in the background. Great mini duck. Great mini. You know, I almost want to make it so that the transforms happen in the shader. So that the triangles can rotate. I think we also need like a different like texture for the background, which I kind of said earlier. Kind of need that to be a thing. Right, yeah. How big do we have to make that? How big was the shader texture thing? Whatever this was. I don't know if I actually ever documented how big it is in here. Streaming from the sea? I don't know if that would be that difficult. I would probably have to get one of those satellite internet things like Starlink. Or honestly, if Amazon's silly satellite constellation ever went off the ground, I would slightly prefer that. But I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon or not. Maybe this was in the spec. It's probably in the spec. Let's go. Very M. Schmidt M. Move, make a directory. Don't recall. Hmm. 50 megabits is a lie. It's kind of location dependent. If you're like super remote, then like, yeah, you have to bounce around a lot. You're not gonna have a very good time. Yeah, we're just gonna like explore Mesaka VM. Something about the screen. A bunch of this stuff is like to-do lists. Here, yeah. Let's see here. 120 by 8 by 16. I mean, most of the satellites, if you think about it, are like they orbit around the equatorial plane more. So that's a bit of a thing. But also, like, if your satellite orbits over like a base station, it will try to like bounce directly between like the source and the base station. Otherwise, you have to go like between a bunch of satellites, which is probably not going to be as fast. So remote locations are probably not going to be like, they're probably not going to have as good performance. Just by virtue of like not having a direct bounce. It would also mess up like the latency a lot, I would think. Too much. Let's see, I need a buffer. You know, the start could also maybe go in like constructor or something. Is it start? GL start? System? The new wave system? I don't have a constructor. Gasp. I could make one. That would solve some problems. That wouldn't need to ignore everything. Maybe constructor. What do we need? We need context. Canvas and context. And then, what is this? Web GL context to rendering context. Yeah. We have system, which is a new wave sys. Canvas context. Yeah. And then I think we can get rid of some of these, maybe. I don't know. Instance index. You want to do index? Program? Hydrate again? Never enough hydrate. Maybe. $7.20.30. This is pushing it. Is it really? I consider, for example, the Meisaka stream should only be like 4.5 megabits. And we are technically 1080. 1080p 60. It's pretty intense. No margin. But yeah, it's 5.5. 4.5. Fluctuates though, because sometimes it goes up to 4.7, 4.8 at the most. I mean, it shouldn't, but like, I don't know. We need a block to create texture. I didn't make variable for texture. What do we need to call it though? We have buffer something something. BG texture. Oh no. Oh no. A bunch of ducks went yeet. We lost Steam? I didn't even know I had a duck named Steam. Shows how much I'm paying attention. It will be WebGL texture context create texture. Or throw error. I have to put you in a block. Eek. Texture? Not the texture. Texture needs to exist. It needs to exist. And then we will, what, find texture. Texture. Wait, is it like 2D? I don't remember what this was. If it was like, I think it was like texture 2D. That's how that went. You know, with as much GL as I have written, the fact that I still forget sometimes eludes me. We have a new Cobra chicken, which is very much not a chicken. See, I think we also want to be like active texture. I think by default it's like 0, but like I don't know. We'll activate it. I think we also need to create samplers, always. Ake sampler. Everyone needs a good sampler, right? Yeah. Yum, tasty. Find sampler. I'm going to bind it to a unit. I think samplers are part of WebGL2, I think. To bind sampler. Index of the texture unit. So it's just a number. And then we need to set texture parameters. What is it? Texture. Very texture. Min filter. Min filter. I think I'm allowed to set this to something without MIP. Turn off MIP mapping. Like nearest. Magnification filter. Again, nearest. Do I even need the sampler? I don't know. I'm gonna try without it. Let's see here. Texture. Texture storage. Texture image. I think we just want texture storage. I think that will work. I think that will work. Let me target. We have to target texture 2D. we don't want very many levels. I think we just want, I forget if it's supposed to be 0 or 1. I think it was 1. Context. Internal format. RGB. 565. Width of the texture. Height of the texture. Yeah, we could make it bigger. A little bit. Just a little bit. What? Sub image. Don't like how there's stuff for like the regular GL rendering context and then the GL rendering context too. Some things are in one place, some things are in another place. What even? Texture sub image. It's the one that we want in the memory updates. Okay, this context, texture, sub image 2D. And then we want texture 2D, level 0, offset, it's going to be 0, width, height, format. What is format here? I think it is RGB. Type. Contexts. Unsigned short 565. MIP mapping. And MIP mapping just like establishes LODs. But like it's mostly for like zooming out, like minification. And it's just supposed to like make the zoomed out flavors of the texture a little more, what's it called? Make them like not so aliased or whatever. This is not often always the case. Now we're gonna meme. We're gonna meme the texture. And I think that might work. I don't know. Let's see, do you... I don't know if you crashed. You don't not crash. So that's good so far, maybe? Anyone else get a duck? Anyone else get ducks? We got a blank one here. Insert floppy disk. Floopy disk. Insert floopy disk. We need to edit the shader. Insert fluffy disk. Fluffy disk is a maybe. It's a definite a maybe. Make shader, please. What do we do with shader, please? We create shader. Link shader, please. Link shader. I think we need another thing for the BG. The BG program. The EBBG. Most of this is in Vertex. But we need one for textured items. What do I want to call this? Source BG? Maybe? Vertex source BG? Maybe? Only the highest quality. Strings. The strings here, these are like OpenGL shader code. So this gets like converted into like GPU instructions by the OpenGL and then uploaded. And it makes the graphics go burr or something. Because that's important. Did I name you correctly? No. I try again. Uniform locations, screen, transform. I don't know. We might keep the transforms, but I'm like E. Normally mip mapping is more important for 3D stuff. It's often ignored, and you can basically disable it by like not creating any MIP levels. But it's more useful in 3D. Must be string because it's shader language. Like there's ways of making the strings like I don't know, you could load them in, fetch them from a server or something, but like I prefer when I'm making shaders to just embed them. You're like, this is fine. Then you just make them strings. The like grave accent strings. Whatever you call those. It usually works pretty well. I usually do I need transform? I don't know if I need transform for the background one. This is like a bunch of offsets. Transform, transform. Yeah, I think we're just gonna like get rid of the transforms from this one. I still want the screen offset. I guess we're gonna have to deal with that. This is just position XY plus instance position. Do I even want instance position? No, I don't think I do. We're just gonna get rid of that too. Then this one, this is a bunch of like colors. We don't need to color this thing either. Because this one is going to have the texture. So I have UV coordinates or something. No colors. The code is valid. The GL shader code is... It would have to get run through like a shader compiler. I don't usually feel like running one of those. I certainly don't have any like proper support for shader language. Not in the editor here. What do we have as input? Input color. We don't want input color. We don't want CV. I want V color. We're just going to pass the UV, which is going to be 2 coordinates from position, maybe ZWU. 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 Then, let's see if we can give this XY 0, 1. Some test color. Everyone loves the test color. I know I do. We need uniform. I think it's like sampler 2D. Is that the data type? I don't remember. Do not remember ever. Here's my GL quick reference card. Everyone needs a quick reference card, quickly referenceable. Tessellation, data types, shading language, sampler 2D. Very, very typical sampler. Implicit conversions. Enough implicit conversions. Yeah. So this is going to be texture. So we just texture 2D it. From the UV coordinates. We could use color names. I don't know, I like to be evil. I like to call it Z sometimes. Instead of red, green, blue, we have X, Y, Z. It's only the best, finest colors. My shaders. The most epistic qualities. I cannot word sometimes. See, I think the uniforms here have to work on the active program. So I'm gonna put that in here. Slap a prefix on it. Everyone's favorite. Give it some coordinates. Very important. Too important. I think we also have to grab maybe the texture sampler position and set that. I mean, it will default correctly, but we should do that. Uniform 1i. Oh no. We lost Segfault. E, an epic summon. Not to mention cabbage. Cabbage, you know? So I want texture. I want to set you to 0 to make sure, to make absolutely 100% sure that we are pointed at the correct texture. It doesn't work. It's broken. I think we forgot to, like, use program. Yeah, we just use program in the frame. Render background. Use program. Render triangles. It still doesn't work. Stop using 4K textures. Where are the textures? Find it. I need window. I need to go to index of M. I need to find overlay. I need dev tools, uncaught error, oof. Why do we have an oof error? Can't get a WebGL2? Why does this version of Firefox not support the WebGL2? How do you not have WebGL2? My other one had WebGL2. I don't know if I'm using WebGL2 features or not. It might be though. Yeah. Much. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely error. Well, that's unexpected. Maybe I'll have to debug this on the other system with another new window. Index M. Here it is. Overlay. Info. Texture 2D. No matching overlaid function. Dimension mismatch. Compiling shader. Not convert from medium precision float to medium precision 4-component vector of float. What would it be over here then? I get the name wrong. It's being like dimension mismatch. I might have gotten this wrong. I don't think I got this wrong, but like I might have gotten this wrong. What did we do? What did we do? A sampler. Give it sampler. And then we give it float. And it should work. E. It should very much work. But it does not. Oh, it's just called texture. That would probably be why. That might be why. That would be why. Lazy initialization, blah blah blah. Test overlays. Test overlay is being test overlay. I didn't set UVs in the position data. We need to do that for the box. Which one is this? 1, 1, 1, 1. Probably box. Also, now that I've fixed that, it should work over here. Yeah. Color. What did it? Oh my god. I thought I unbound those. Why are those global? E. What the E? See, so it's applying to like the triangles. I think it's supposed to apply to the triangles. More importantly, why are we like... Why are we shading the like background? I'm so confusion. Very hello and welcome to the Ray March. What else is confusion? Why I'm looking in the wrong direction? I'm so annoyed at the software that I use. Just sometimes I just can't. I cannot with this stuff. This one like drifts weird. The other one has a weird like capture frame rate. What's it called? Doesn't render things the right way. I can't. Yeah. Why does this look triangle-y though? I don't think that this is supposed to be all triangle. We should have solid color like this. So wait, are the triangles like overwriting? Somehow, is this... What? Anyway. Anyways, I want, what is it? 128 times, what, 16? Or no? This one is 16 times 16. And the other one is 128 times 16. I think. And then I think we made the texture like the wrong size. I could change the texture size, but we're gonna change the like UV coordinate. Well, now it's too intense. Now it's just too intense. What if we are the triangle? What then? Triangles are supposed to go foreground. Oh, are they just darkness? Is this why? I think the triangles are just darkness. So if we want to make the triangles not darkness, we're gonna have to like set the blend parameters. Oh yeah. Cannot scale normal maps? Suppose not. It would look weird if you scaled them. I thought the whole point behind them was that you could supposedly scale them, though. I don't know. It'd probably look weird. You'd almost want to, like, bake MIP flavors? Like, multiple levels? If you make multiple levels of normal map? I like how we have the transform ID thing here that doesn't exist on background anymore. I should not be trying to set that. Why triangle? Because triangle is easy. Also, hello. Welcome to Jade Set. I didn't say hello earlier. And maybe the Crease VT who redeemed the Hydrate. Hello. Average of 4 lit pixels is not the same as averaging 4 normals. And then lighting. This is true. It's kind of sort of true. We've got the ducks going in the background. This one is unnamed. You'll be my favorite disassembly program, Ghidra. I just kind of left it running in the background, but also we didn't clear it out since the last stream. So there's some leftovers. make these 10. I think it was 10. Tools for normal map editing would be kind of fun. Fun, air quotes. I almost want to make the like texture bigger. Sicko's level of fun. Scary fun. Too much scary fun. What was I looking for in here? I was doing the shading settings. I want all the colors. I also want like this alpha thing from the other. From the other. I'll change you to like texture color. Max of maximum. Let's see. I think we could just throw all the blend settings up at the top here, I think. Blend. Let's see, is it blend function? I think it's blend function. Source. Source, I think it's source alpha. Source, or 1 minus source alpha. Enable. Blend. It's blend. Damned if I ever remember this nonsense. There's an ad break banner in front of it. What are we finding fun? Nonsense for like editing normal maps, tools for like editing the pixels, the individual pixels and texels of normal maps. I think, maybe. I forget. Emacs is a great tool for editing pixels and normals. Look, if I wanted another operating system, I would run Nix. What was I doing? I was gonna look at the preview. Oh, there aren't a bunch of triangle overlays anymore. There's some in the corners though. Those might need to get displaced slightly. we could do somewhat manually in the shader. I don't know if it's a good idea to put them in the shader. I could put those in, I think, the uniform, the shader. Oops. Very ayaya. So much ayaya. So we have colored triangles. Slightly. Screen tearing, though, is probably real. Somewhat. Somewhat. Imagine if we gave it, like, colors that weren't quite so ridiculously intense. We just trim some of the bits off of here. Where's the middle bit? What are you, 5? 6. So this one has the low bit in the middle of it. I think. So I need to, if I want to trim off the high bit, we have to do thought. We have to get lost in thought. Is that 10? 11. E. Now it will reduce the intensity. A significant order of magnitude. Reticularity. I prefer rectilinearity. I think. I think maybe, probably. Probably, perhaps. Get wrecked. Linear. Or real though, maybe. Or real though, maybe. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna shout out Ray March. I think. Definitely does some interesting stuff with shaders. For sure. Wait, 3? I'm making the red channel too dark. What am I doing? Why am I making my red channel so dark? It's a little better. Maybe. I don't even know why I'm still keeping the pixel grid. I don't even know why I'm keeping the pixel grid. We're keeping the pixel grid, apparently. Uh-oh. One of the ducks just got, like, abducted. Abducted. I can't think of a good name for this one. Do you have any other blank ones in here? Am I missing any? Besides the crazy one? Spin lock. Yes. Very? E? Why is Guy a trigger word? It's one of those, like, green circle Easter eggs, I guess you could call it. A little bit. There's a stream that I frequent. The Prod Z Pod. We shout out the Prod Z Pod, who has an extremely elaborate gizmo for the stream. And one of the chat commands summons, like, little guys on the screen. And the chat command to summon them is called Guy. And it replies with, like, this moon thing saying it worked. So this is like sort of like Easter egg nod to the prod. Very much a thing. It was also just like an early test of, like, my overlay nonsense. It was the overlay nonsense. Bad apple. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn the bad apple thing back on. I had the reward off because I was, like, hijacking the, like, what's it called? The composite technology. I need to turn that back on, though, I think. The Yoshida has been kicked off of the board of directors. Gasp? Gasp? Rewards? No, not rewards. Channel points. And turn Bad Apple Maisaka back on as an option. Because this is my, well, I don't know, this could easily be one of my favorite attempts at Nintendo? Hell no. This is Square Enix, creators of the Final Fantasy series of games and Dragon Age games, as well as quite another number of, like, IPs of very significant. Relevant to my interests, though, vaguely, is Final Fantasy XIV, which is like the the MMO, which I tend to frequent. So Yoshida is like the producer director on the Final Fantasy XIV MMO. As well as a few other things throughout the company. Made the game good. Time to escape the executives, though. I don't know. He's getting older. Could be corporate politics, or it could just be him getting older. I don't know. Things be kind of crazy. The world be crazy and turning and spinning. No one knows where it might yet land. Where is crazy spin? I don't have anything with crazy spin. Crazy line. Index. Test delay 7, not 7. Why does the spacebar do all kinds of crazy things? Not even. Test delay. Test delay. I don't remember where I was. Frame. Or is it update? It's update. If the test delay not equal crazy spin, and I don't know, something 16, 32, I don't know. I'll update the scene. So it doesn't murder the bitrate all the time. Not that it's gonna change much, but like... Oh, now I think it's just straight up broken. Crazy. Crazy kitty. What's inside must be a type of any. Parens, please. Paren, please. Yeah. Now it's a bit fuzzier. But not too fuzzy. Now what if we updated it so that the macro blocks are like 8? 8? 8 is a good number. And then we make 256 by 32. You're gonna be 1. Then how big do I have to make this array? I think it's... I don't remember. $56 by 32. Let me out. Let me out. 819. Dyslexia, please. Eight, 1, 9, 2. It's very small. I did not change the resolutions. 32. 256. And let's see, I think we're also going to put the screen pixel array at 0. I think this is fine. Oh, it doesn't reach across the screen. I was expecting it to reach across the screen and it doesn't. I do slightly like this resolution a little more. But I think we can make it 16. Very extra chunky. We have all of the pixels. So many ducks being summoned. Oh no, we lost FSCK, Spinlock, VLC, Scabby Mark II, OBS, and F Mega. Gasp. Gasp. Maximum gasp. Slight problem here, though. Now, how am I gonna set up the triangles? Also, do I want to keep the triangles the same size? I almost want to make the triangles bigger, more interesting looking. Everyone loves their triangles, right? Sort of, maybe. Maybe sort of. What are we cooking here? This is stream gizmo nonsense. So right now I have this thing on my stream called the Wave 2 virtual machine that lets you like display pixels and stuff on the stream overlays using like an esoteric assembly language for some mythical vector processor thing. But pixels are kind of one thing. They're kind of, I don't know, boring. So I want to make it so that it supports like moving stuff around. Moving these little triangles around. Make it so you can fly them around. Summon them with some default behavior. So it's like, I don't know, some other streams have like some type of like avatar type thing. Stream avatars, for example. Just like gives you little creatures that fly around or whatever. It's something a little bit along the same vein, but it's different because you're gonna be like top down 2D triangles. It's gonna make it so that people can control these little triangles or summon the little triangles. Or maybe we make the triangles able to fight in the future. I don't know. The hard part is getting them on the screen, getting them set up to respond to like different inputs. Asteroids simulator? We might throw asteroids at them. It might cause a lot of chaos. We do love triangles. I love my triangles and I love my cubes. So we have like pixel array. Love cat. Sorta. We have love-hate relationship with cats. I love petting the cat. Giving the cat attention. I do not like how the cat vomits all over my carpet though. And gets sick all the time. This is like unpleasant. Cat treats. There are cat treats. I don't usually give the cat treats too much though. Wait, did we never set the texture to cover the whole plane? Yeah. No wonder it was empty earlier. So now this is almost definitely going to be too big. I think I'd come up with like a bunch of constants or something at the top of the file, but nope, that's too easy. Alright, yeah, there we go. Data plane is a lot bigger. A lot more pixels. A lot more... They're not trixels anymore. This is a thing. An observation. I don't know if I'm a fan of this update rate. Make you... Is that every 4th frame? I think. update the noise. Yeah, yeah. Ideally, it shouldn't be noise. It should be like synchronized block of data from the VM. A synchronized block of data. Such data type. What if I made it so that like all the pixels are like opaque if they're non-zero? Am I being evil by changing the pixel format? Would it be evil to change the pixel format? Too much Sound generator and the visualizer based on the number of interrupts, including interrupt request, maskable. IRQ typically are maskable. Or are we talking about non-maskable? Or are we just referring to like the maskable interrupts from hardware? I don't know. Sounds like it would be kind of crazy though. For sure. Crazy sound. The Maisaka stream doesn't really have a sound generator yet. I think this was on my to-do list. Because, like, a lot of the Green Circle streams have sound generators. We're missing out, clearly. Okay, maybe not everyone, but most of the streams that I frequent. Okay, maybe that's not very many either. I might be a bit biased. Yeah. More specifically, I know that Clonk and Prod have sound generators. And I think there's one other stream that has one. I forget. Network driver will make the music bleed. Network traffic is chatty. For real. I guess if you have like low broadcast traffic, then like maybe it's a little better. But if you have like active network traffic coming in, there's no help for you. There's no help for you. Even the simplest stream will go burr. No descriptor and submission queue? lovely, lovely stuff. Am I gonna do anything with these crazy triangles? We need to give the triangles coordinates, like screen coordinates. And the screen coordinates have to be configured per triangle. So we might be able to stick screen coordinates in like the vertex array data here. Like when at like 100, 100. I make them pixel based? I don't know. I might want like some sort of rotation, and then we would want like some kind of color. So I think it would be like 4 elements per triangle is what I want. I don't know if I have enough to set that up, but what is the divisor here? Attribute divisor number. I think we have to change the divisors. Uh-oh. Lost more ducks. Squeak will light? No? So many. We're back down to 40. Where do I configure my attributes? My float here, attribute, oh, right here in front of me, duh. Duh. What are you? Attribute, index, size, number, stride, unsigned short. I don't know, can I make like a int array? Of shorts? I don't know if we can do that or not. I might be able to make like a vector array. Some like floats or something. Kind of weird. That would be kind of weird though. What am I looking for here? We need context, attribute, vertex attribute, pointer? No, I pointer. Context 2, vertex attribute, I pointer. Number of components per attribute. Must be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we could do 4 level components. Stride offset. 4 unsigned short values. Where did I put those shaders? This one we want UVAC4. And then we want, I think it's the UWU component for colors. Means I should probably not have deleted my color samples from this. F80, that should be like red or something. Or something. A little bit of or something. I. The I. Never enough. I. Then, instance position here. Instead of being the instance ID, should have, I think it's column, color, whatever this thing is. So make a vec2 out of it. Color, column. Vec2 out of the pixel coordinates. Well, I could maybe do some spin. We have a third component to like apply spin. Okay, that does not vector. My vectors are not vectoring. Either that or they've gone off the screen, and I don't know which. Nothing. Nothing. Do we just have like way too much data or something? Is this like problem 2048? There is instance. And we have 2048. 8 elements. Really don't want to go over the buffer limits. Alright, there I go. Or else. Or else. So now we should be able to like have these, I don't know, these should be able to go anywhere basically. We just have to like set their positions or whatever in the like the memory. See, where's test memory? We have memory and we have test memory. Too much memory. Oh, speaking of memory, like, how much do I need for the, what's it called? Expression. Evaluate. Was it 2048? 8. 16. 384. That's a lot of words. This is quite the substantial update to the memory. 16384. Although realistically, I don't think we're ever going to hit that. Probably. Actually, this one could be memory. And this one could be try memory. Very, very memory. Too many memories. Can you try memory? Fill? I don't think it's fill. I think we want try memory. But we want to like put these values into it somehow. Value index. I think that will work. Val index. Try memory. Index equals val. Hopefully that works. Does not explode. It does not display anything. Oh noes. What have I done? We do still get the noise block. Yeah, we could move context. That is like a thing, but then it's just gonna be like, I don't know if it's ever gonna display. We're not going to display. because of error. Too much error. One must error. Error. Too much error. So much error. Too many error. Is this not like fill values? Why are we not memory? Why are we not memory? Value? Index? I mean, this should? I'm confusion. Mesaka, as always, is powered by the finest and most powerful confusion reactor. What are you? Buffer? Offset plus size passes the end of the buffer. Did I make my buffer too big? Did I really make the buffer too big? To 8 times word? I don't think I would have. I don't know though. You should be like... Okay. I'm gonna use 16,384, which is what we had. And then we... This is like the wrong size. This is the wrong size. I did make the buffer too big, I think. This has to be 8192 because these are words. And this one is in bytes. It's not really that, it's more like this. This doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but like, it's subtle enough of a difference that it is important. Yeah. And now we have triangles again. We have lovely triangles again. They're kind of chunky. What if we make the X and Y a little bit more... X values? A little bit more narrow. Lovely fox angles. Are we not a lovely fox angle now? Gasp. Speaking of weird angles. Time to stab the tracking software. Or rendering software. Whatever software that is. Whatever the software that is, it needs angling. A great much angling. See, what else do I need? I think we need the sine and the cosine. The rotation of the triangles needs to be part of the shader. Well, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be, but we're gonna make it. We are gonna make it part of the shader. I think there was some handy function for this even. Possibly. Where might it have been? I don't think this is a handy function that we have, actually. I think I may have just been, like, completely and totally misremembering things. Okay, where are sine, cosine? So, in the triangle shader, I need to multiply everything by, like, sine and cosine inverted, such that it gets projected accordingly. So we need these to be I need to calculate these. So you will be sine, you will be cosine, and our magical value is COLZ. That's my rotation. And then a Brilliant 150. Hello, hello, hello. Hello and welcome. I need value. I need value. Magical value. What are you? This is gonna be a rotation. I think we will take our silly rotation value and around. Maybe we'll make some of the bits. Give it like less bits. Then I can have some leftover for later. Possibly. Somewhat possibly. I don't know. I wonder if I can do and on a UVEC. I don't know. I don't know. Spin X, spin Y. We need to multiply these by a special value. Special value is going to be, what's it called? Pi times 2 times what is it, 512 over 1, or inverse, reciprocal, whatever that is. And I'm going to spit out magic number. And then we'll paste magic number into shader. Magic number is 0.12271846 Do you work or do you break? You are broken. You are broken. You be not broken. That'd be great. Oh, I have this in the middle of my code. Yeah, get rid of that. Wonder it's broken. There's a bunch of gibberish in the middle of it. Anything else broken? Spin? Did we not spin correctly? Did we not spin to win? I don't think we spin to win. I think we just lost. We got spin, we got sine, we got cosine, maybe, possibly. This should be commented out. You should work. You don't work. That's what I get for closing the window. Let's open, summon you. Error. Oh, you work? Wait, why do you work? Do not reload. Error. And wrong types. Operand exists that takes. Operand high precision uint right operand type of constant int. You have to put u hexadecimal u in shaderland. Hexadecimal u. Why do I need that? Why is this a thing? Why is that a thing? Ay, ay, ay. Alright, now we're going to multiply this by rotation. And we want yx. And then you're going to be times rotation xy. Then the first one also has to be times vector 2 0 no 1 minus 1 to flip the y value. Oh, that's really weird looking. That's kind of sort of weird looking. I don't think we can stack transforms like that. Oh well, it was worth a shot. It's the panda from Tekken 8. Hello, and again, welcome. Vector 2 apply dx. Vector 2 on. Vector 4 by. Return. On times by plus on y times. There's a thing for this, and yet I'm not using it. There are built-in matrix multiplications, and this is basically just a matrix multiplication. Anyways. Anyways. Gonna do that, and then we will. Yeah, we need to also do. Make a crazy transform for the other values. Other values. Like so. Do you live? Did I break you? I think we broke it. position is vec4. Alright, we spin, spin, and spin, spin lurks again. Right, okay. Right, okay, maybe sort of, maybe halfway, okay. What is N? Crazy spin? Times 124? 1024? That's a little bit... Yanks. So if we use an identity transform, but then in our like try memory, positions 2 should be like crazy spin. Let's see here. Crazy, no, try memory. Try memory. I'm going to push updates. So now the white triangle should be getting spin data from this attribute. Which it does seem like it is. It is spinning. It is in fact spinning, which means we can sort of calculate the spin value. Or we can like feed this from thing, the M source or whatever. Make it spin. Also, we could mess with the like. We do the coordinates. We could move these outside of this delay thing. That's just for setting the like random junk, which I don't know why we're filling it with random junk, but we are. We don't want to do that. Anyways, with this one, you can like add some number of pixels. And then if this position in memory is like greater than something, let's say 19200, the size of the screen, we will set it to 0. So white triangle should now move across the screen with at least some degree of vigor, and then wrap around, sort of, kind of. It's not very clean, this is for sure, but I didn't exactly expect it to be. Right, where do we want to put you so it looks like you wrap around the screen. Minus 32. And then a height. Minus 32. Sure. So then we can set this to be some sort of margin. So now triangles should be off the top of the screen, I think. I need to put them on the screen. Although the top of the screen is like less relevant, they need to be on the screen. So now we have white triangle, and white triangle should like go off the edge. Maybe a little bit more expeditiously. Nyum. 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 These probably should be like signed though, I would think. That would make it a little bit easier to like wrap them. Alright, what is the height of this thing? I don't even remember. It's like 32 or something. 32 times 8. $56. What's wrong with this stupid disc? I don't even... Now you should go around the screen. Look at it go. Very nyum. It's a pretty intense margin. I don't think it needs to be that deep. I think 16 is probably fine. Maybe. Nobody's gonna notice. Really? Nobody is gonna notice. No one is going to notice. It's gonna be fine. It is fine. No. Why am I sideways again? What? It's like the third third or fourth time today that that's happened. Very extremely frustration. The amount of like spin. Right. Yeah. We have triangle. Spin, triangle. You know, I think we should probably get rid of the data here. Random. I think we're gonna get rid of the random. No more random noise. We sort of proved that's functional. I guess the real question here is, should I do like movement on the server side, or should we put the movement in this like rendering client? I'm undecided, but like I'm kind of leaning towards maybe putting it server side. This is probably the way of it. This could maybe, possibly, be the way of it. Which means I need more duck. So many duck. Including some that are unlabeled. Where are we at? 51? That's a fearsome number. Perhaps? Perhaps? Very perhaps? So much perhaps. Very. What do we want here? Honestly, this is like most of what the front end actually needs to do. Other than like maybe specify the number of triangles to render. Or maybe display names. Maybe displaying names can wait for the future update. Right now, I think numbers are kind of like something. We have to make the numbers go across network. Is there's an overload. Is there another overload? Control Control S. Source data, source offset, length. Offset 0, length. Very 8. I'm guessing it's in bytes. Times number triangle. Number triangle. Just one. Very new. We could make this int 16 array. This is a possibility. Because then what we can do is we could take the other triangle and item 4, 4 and 5. And I think we're going to put these in constants. Margin, right. Or no, what is this? Right edge? Bottom edge? Yeah, yeah. Margin? So we have right edge, and then we have bottom edge, or no, we're supposed to get set to the bottom edge if we are less than 0. And we're going to be set to the right edge. You are less than 0. Maybe we add these. That's a possibility. So then it will like wrap around a little better. Maybe. Maybe. So then we can do try memory 4. You can be minus equals 3. Try memory 5 minus equals 5. So the red one, to go around the other way, and the white one is kind of like doing white one things. Very kind of new. So now the the challenge becomes pushing triangle data over the network. Triangle and I don't know, the back buffer data. Both of these things. Both of these things need to be updated constantly. Which, considering what we've put together here, this has been quite the change to the overlay so far. Kind of a lot. I think we're gonna put another window. Go to VM2. Source. Are you in the VM itself? And then we have. Is it called run? It's called run. Maybe it's not run. I don't know. How does run get called? Tick? Call run in tick? Mem size. Mem size does. Memory type. 8192. Find all of memory. Oh my, that will never do. That will never do. Let's see, I think we had slightly more memory. A little bit. Ignoring swap file. Ignore swap file. Not the swap file. Kill 49. Okay. Alright, where are you? You are over here. This is over here. Then we have void things, spin, debugger, memory aperture. I might have to make the memory aperture bigger. That'd make it a bit easier to I don't know, reference. Possibly. E value, you 16 output, 16 input, 800 something. Plus display. 2,000? 800? Too many? You know, or maybe you don't know. But you know, wanted to add more memory to this thing for a while. I mean, we could just add all of the memory. Weird though that may be. Is that the right value? It might be the right value. Eek. So much eek. Too much eek. What if we just don't? Or what if we put it at 1,003? One. 1 0. Yep, breaking everything. We are moving the shared memory aperture. This is one of those few times where I'm like, we didn't finalize the specification for any of this. And yet we're changing it. Because if that's not yikes, I don't know what is. Where's that mem... something or other? I don't have anything with memory. Yeah. Mem... shared start? Mem shared size. Let's see if we have mem shared start. Or end. Should maybe be end. Mem shared size. vary size. No, this would be the start. This would be the start. And address is less than. End. Wrapping, subtract, start. Then, like, we can be, if this is greater than size, then we can subtract size. Or next. We want next. And then we want to add again. This is some expression right here. Eek. This is some kind of expression right here. Yeah. Shared starts. Shared ends. We want use size. Oh, what is it? Subtract, memory start. Yeah. Memory shared size. Such memory. Wait, what does this one do? Wait, run. And this is basically the memory type. 2047? I thought we had 2047 somewhere. I guess not, though. Oh, this is an interesting one. We have memory block. Which is memory size times 2. Then, what are you? Are you address? This is like address. Means that we have to change everywhere that I use address. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. You will get updated. You are instructions. You are, I guess, address. Don't know how we missed that one the first time, but apparently we did. Yeah. Not that. Maybe not that. May fast forward through the playlist over to here. Never before have I written such a vicious little program. Alright, let's go back to... Did I make any examples? Gotta update that. Let's see, this is like different. So now it is 256 by 32. Someone's gonna have fun with that. Maybe. Do you have any more references to that part of memory? I don't think we do. No, we have it here. Very this is what, 4096. Two, I think. We want 8192. That's quite the block. Well, that is quite the block. I think in order to build this thing, we're also gonna need something. We're gonna need some kind of something. Because it's like built into like the whatever this is. Build. Build. Why do you not build? Error. 10 errors. Expected U16. That is quite the thing here. Address. Can I specify my constants as U16? Is this obnoxious? Maybe a little bit. You know what we could do? Could do shared start, shared size, shared end, address. Make all of these U16. if that makes sense. Like, I think that the start and end are probably going to make more sense as U16. Size, though, might not. I guess we'll cast these. I guess we'll cast these to U size. And if something wants U size, like memory here. Okay, we don't use that one. I was gonna have to make something for the, like, triangles to, like, spin. A little bit of spin. A little bit of spin, spin. Too much. Spin, spin. Do I want to change anything else before I try poking at this? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I have but one simple thing to maybe look for. I am going to yeah. I'm gonna grab this. Karog. Karog. Bill? Download the universe? Expect attribute is an experimental feature. Apparently there are experimental feature. Yeah. a ya in the deepest, most extreme sense. Very, what do I want here? What do we need to do here? I think we can do a nightly build. Support this. I don't know if we support this. How about 8? Maybe it's tool chain. I don't remember. Ay, tak. Ne. Too much, ne. Too much, ne. Will you? Build? Maybe? I don't remember how you use this thing. Is it out? In or out? Source? CLI inputs. Input file path. Specify input. So like what? In, for example? And we what? Just dump out tons of data? Very test program. Very incredibly test program. Very data. So much data. Not enough data. Interesting. Interesting, though. Right then. How do I make this do something useful? How do we make you do something useful? Draw. Draw. Very data. Too much data. I am going to cross-reference this other file a little bit. A little bit. What do we want? Swizzle. Probably X, Y, Z, X. Maybe. Maybe. I need more fractal window. E. Let's see, what are my defaults? What were my defaults? I want to move C7 into like R0. Get starting address. Swizzle. R0. Do I want to do that? Don't know. Maybe not. This is a very simple program. Maybe very simple program. So we're gonna move into R0, incrementing. I don't know why it's specify all elements here. We don't need that many, I think. Oh, we want maybe C5. X. Can we do that? And then we want to add to R0. No, we don't want to add anything to R0. I think it will work fine. I think it will work fine. Tell this to like restart or whatever. A very incredibly simple-ish program. I mean, it looks sane, but doesn't necessarily mean that it is. Brian, JIDC. Hello, welcome. I'm so good with names, right? Nope. Sort of nope. Run. Input. Swizzle. So this is like a fictitious processor. fictitious SIMD type processor. Swizzle moves elements within like the register, like I don't how you say it. What do you call them? I don't know. I might call them like dimensions or something. Oops. Code paste. R0 equals C7. Swizzle. Store. Swizzle. Permutation? It's probably permutation. Or to shuffle the different elements around. Elements. This is the word that I was looking for. So we have like the X elements. I want to put that in like the W position, for example. Swizzle does that. In this case, Swizzle on this particular register is like a really fancy way of like doing stack operations. It's a very unusual processor. Very truly strange and unique. If we swizzle quadruple X, then yes, the Y, Z, uwu, they get overwritten. It all becomes X. Which is a way of like broadcasting a value, as they say, in SIMD land. Nullable or options. In a CPU, such things are non-existent. You only have numbers. It's very assembly. Very extremely assembly. Equivalent. Store a value of 0. Technically, this could be a thing. Although we don't really have any concept of null or option if you have numeric values. Really? So I want to run this code. Run. I should start filling memory. Sort of slowly. This is what it does. A 0. Well, I mean, 0 is the constant's memory. So, like, maybe you want to read from your register file. Your register file is mapped into memory at address 0. So, I mean, technically, you would be reading valid memory at that point. There's nothing to say that it isn't. I think we've reached the end of the block. I thought it was supposed to write more than that. Technically, x86, for example, doesn't really have the concept of null pointer. You can map stuff into memory at address 0. Read and write from it. Completely 100% valid. Nullable is convention. Very, very truly. Present or not? Depends on how you define present. What is present? What would be considered not present? What are we? Exists. Everything always exists. What are we talking about here? Everything exists. Everything always exists. Maybe X? There's no maybe X. You always just have X. Always. Wasting time? I don't know. I feel like we're wasting my time with the very curious questions. This is not how assembly works. If you go off the end of memory, for example, it will just keep running random instructions. This was supposed to fill more memory than it did. It's supposed to go all the way, so I don't know if my emulation here did not go all the way. No, you are overlay. You are not overlay. Such nerve. You're at such a nerve. E. Do we want VM tech? You don't have any weird limits in you, do you? Unless there are weird limits in the other thing. This, that, and the other thing. Memory type. Was updated. We don't have to go in here, do we? Simulation. Something is crackling. Proc macro. Not expanded. It's not supposed to do that. You are not supposed to break. message. Tick. Very tick. Vector. Well, no vector. It's just vector. You're just vector. Is it on this side? No, I don't think that would be it either. Not memory? Memory was expanded? I'm pretty sure it updated all of memory earlier when we did this random updated all the memory. So run length, mem size, there has to be some limit in here that I forgot. Like it did fill part of memory. Could it be like in or is shared? Something? No? Can you do test? Test pass? I don't think that's it then. About private memory. Is private memory. That wouldn't be it. I don't think that's it. Very incredibly curious. Is there any mask? Not you. Increment? Should be start of memory. And then you should be size. of memory. And then we should offset you again by start of memory. And the little triangles are still floating around. Oh no, gift subs expired. Gasp. Is it send command? CM? Whatever it's called. Input. VM. Dump. Zero? I feel like that is very much not where in the memory this is supposed to go. It's not respecting update. Yeah, you went around. Oh wait, we didn't update this. I didn't restart this thing. We have to restart. We need to restart in order to load the new memory locations. This is important. Yeah. Then eventually it might output something. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Is that program? Still sort of have program. And it is still supposedly running. It's kind of stuck. It's kind of stuck. That might be expected behavior though. I could maybe do an else if address less than memory shared start. No, not in there. Increment. Address less than meme shared memory start. Address plus 1. Oh no. So that the ducks just went yeet. Awfulness. Some kind of awfulness. We're rebuilding the universe, apparently? Yikes. Why are we rebuilding the universe? Yeah. Too much. Yeah. Yeah, we want to restart this. So now you are actually sort of ticking up again. Overlay, will you ever reconnect? About time? Maybe? Are we accessing new memory yet? I don't know. I should have made it do something a little bit more useful. Or more obvious. Or almost. Almost. Yes. Yes. There it is accessing more memories. All of the memories. Extremely, very highly, gasp. It's very blue. Very extremely blue. There is so much more memory now. Like, holy catfish. What in the unholy catfish? Well, I'm curious if, like, the clear command will work or not. Send VM reset all. Does kind of sort of halt and catch fire. Input. Run. More run. I don't know if a run. Too much halt. Too much catching fire. Don't execute catch fire instructions. Otherwise, your thread will catch fire and halt. How many more lines do we have to fill in? I don't even know. Oh, that should be the end of it. We got stuck at 3? That's not right. E value. Too much E value. Not enough E value. Greater than. No, wait, it's never gonna be greater than. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Zero. More VM stuff? Yeah, kinda. You're both making the memory bigger. We're making it possible, maybe, to spawn the triangles. I did not really make it possible to, like, what's it called? I don't know what I did. What it is. Eek. Anyways, I think anything else is gonna return. I feel like mem shared start. So it doesn't, like, get stuck. Assembling. We are assembling. Kind of. Rebuild. Rebuild. We got some trunk. There's 2 of them. There's a red one and there's a white one. Not only are they moving around, they're also spinning. Spin, spin. So much spin. Spin. Gotta love spinning. So good spinning.
Do a barrel roll.
It takes way too long to like reconnect. I need to like up the reconnect time or some such. Interval. Reconnect delay. 60. That's too long. 15. I want to wait 15 seconds every time this thing reconnects. Are you kidding? Wait. That's not supposed to be on. I broke that one. Broke the ad break banner by restarting during one. Yeah. Too much? Yeah. All it really entails is like turning it off manually, but yeah, that was probably on for I don't know how long. I was like, it's strange that it's still there. I would have expected to go away. Alas. Surely. It did not. It did not. It did not go away. This is lovely and all. With the color here. It kind of obscures part of the screen though. To an extent. It is so extremely blue. So very extremely. Don't need my screen. Clearly not. Just make it have enough memory to cover everything. Nobody needs the screen. Too blue. Too blue 5 me. Imagine what will become of like screen should ever Niche Penguin show up and update the addresses. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yep. There are 2 different parts of this thing, though. There is the plane of bluish memory, and then there is the other part. The other part. It escapes me. And we're gonna like make it so that the part of memory. The memory isn't quite so shall we say, opaque. I did the wrong thing. I'm gonna go in here. The one that's textured needs to be less opaque. So we can see through it. Possibly, potentially. This is like... I don't know. I don't know if we want that much or if we want to go down to like 0.75. Or even if we want a field of memory at all. 0.5. The classic 0.5. It's definitely memory. It's definitely memory. Where is the little program at? Right now we store... What is it? C5. I think what we want to do is going to be... I want to store a value that's like... not a solid color. Yeah. 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 Instead of doing that, we'll make not solid color, and then we will add can we even add 4 items? 3? Just curious. Which one is the increment value? 4? C4? I think we need another terminal. I think we need another terminal. Very E. Somewhat. Slightly. E. Target. Debug. Assemble. Fill. Liam. Stop. Code. Restart. Can't tell if that did anything. I feel like it may have not. Do we have... Where's that command at? Where are you at? I don't know why I'm just... Give me that. Running? You are running. C7 was never updated. Why is C7 not updated? Is it because we like reloaded or something? Maybe. How do we debug it? How to debug it? Can dump out the state of the currently running thread. This is the typical debug method, or you can like, I don't know, if you're in an acceptable state, could dump pixels out on the screen. Maybe. Right now it's very inconvenient to actually debug the silly thing. There is like a command line version of the VM that can be like built and run. And this is kind of like useful for like debugging programs. But one of my like goals has been to like make a like web version, a web page for example, that you can visit, run program code, build program code, debug, test, try all the things to make it a little bit easier to like actually make a useful program. Because right now it's kind of it's kind of a thing. It's kind of sort of like a little bit difficult. Like, this assembler is sort of like helpful. That's pretty helpful. I would kind of like a web flavor version of it though. Maybe. More opcodes. We do sort of have room for more opcodes. was thinking of adding like floating point values or some such. Maybe. I don't know. Increment by 1 is certainly an interesting effect here. It's pretty solid gradient, so that's for sure. Yeah. It's definitely gradient. Quite substantial. Gradient. Substantial. Very extremely. Oh, yeah. I kind of should probably figure out how I want the triangle control to work. Which is, this is more like specification type things. Just specification type things. Missiles? Lasers? So the idea here is to add a space in memory to like send like controls. Send different kinds of like controls to the ship. That little triangle ship. So what we want impulse, velocity, acceleration. Maybe. Use those triangles. Triangle these ears. My ears are not suitable remote control elements. They may or may not be fluffy, though. On the one hand here, I kind of want the triangles to be like, I don't know, somewhat easy to remote control. Not like super complicated. But I also want them to have a certain, like, effect to them. A certain thing. I don't word sometimes. Sometimes we just do not the words. So I think that the remote control of the triangle is probably going to be simplified to maybe like target velocity and I don't know if we're going to do like an absolute heading or if I want to do relative heading. There are some benefits to both. Sort of. Memory accesses. Something, something, something. Controlling triangle floating around in a wrapping 2D space. We actually made this work, kind of. Integrated physics. That not so much. Like, we sort of almost did, but, I think to make the physics happen, we need to a little bit more logic. Spawn, auto spawn. Ships could have their own thread, but I think they might be... I don't know. I don't know if I want to make it so that the threads are separate from how the ship works. I've been a little bit indecisive about this. So let's see, what settings does the ship need? I think we'll have a very target velocity. And then we'll have engines. Engines on, off. And we'll have target heading. Target heading slash relative heading. We'll have engines on, off, and then we'll have heading mode. Absolute relative. I think the ships also are gonna need like current velocity. Maybe? Maybe we will have relative velocity. relative velocity read x and y. And then we could have absolute heading read. And so these should be set. These should be set. Very set. See, absolute, I think, is going to be the default. Relative is going to be not 0. Engines on is going to be not 0. Off is going to be 0. In case you want to coast around, I guess. Or maybe this should be the other way around. Absolute should be like that, and then relative should be like that. So this will like, what's it called? This will cause the ship to travel forwards. Yes. And these cause the ship to... I don't know, that one's a little more descriptive. That one's a little bit more self-descriptive. Target velocity, this is like assigned uint. Assigned 16 bits. Probably in like 8.8 format. Signed 16 in 8.8 format. Yeah. Yeah. So much yeah. So. I think for velocity, I might put velocity in same sort of register. So we'll have like an address n dot x n plus 0 dot y. It's going to be read velocity. Is it an idea to like maybe have the engines on off in here as well? I think gamma beta prismatum on the chibi looks a little freaky. A little bit. So we'll have n plus 1y be the heading. Gonna be the heading mode. A variant mode. This is gonna be just let's see, what do we call this? Scratch memory. Yeah, we'll have some scratch memory. Alpha prism. Alpha prism. I like how it's changed the shape of the eyes, or maybe. Yeah, I don't know what it's. That's something else. E. Not enough E. Not enough E. Let's see here. What else do we... What else does the ship need? I guess if you wanted... N plus O2x. This can be the screen X pixel position read. Screen Y pixel position read. Very position. So these are what we would call nav functions. This is your flight controls. Very E. I feel like there should be more flight controls than this. Maybe. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit hard to, like, stop it from flying all over the place. Yeah, what if we want it to not fly all over the place? I mean, I guess I could just set like target velocity to 0 or some such. Yeah. Wait, relative velocity read is two values. E. So target velocity set. Yeah, and then I think engine control is gonna have to go probably in some other register. I mean, it doesn't have to go in another register, but I'll put it in another register. Okay, so I have to add more values. Target relative velocity. Current relative velocity. I'm gonna call it read write. Read write. Maybe I'll smoosh this. This is read write. This is technically read write. And there. That can be read write. Yeah? Yeah. Absolute heading. Absolute. Very absolute. So yeah. This is like allow velocity changes. or allow engines to change velocity. Also, I'm like just now realizing like having the specification over here is not so good with the readability. I'm gonna flip these. How many ducks? 47. Not even close. Very, yeah. Let's see here. This will be, this is gonna be nav target. Screen pixel X. Now target screen pixel Y. Some bonus memory. Yeah, there's enough bonus memory. Let's see, register 3 here. These are gonna be 0. Current apps alert screen position. And I think we're gonna add. I'm gonna add another register. I think flight controls might need like one more thing. But I don't know what it is yet. So we're gonna put that there. Something. then we're going to have the nav. And this is absolute. Yeah, this is going to be absolute screen pixels. And this is going to be nav target relative distance x relative distance y no idea what is going on. We're making some spaceships. Sort of. This little crazy little triangle thing floating around on the top of the screen here. Well, there's like a virtual computer that like powers these things or enables these things to be like controlled programmatically. In theory. So I'm adding like a bunch of specifications. It's not random, it's like right now it's just sort of like drifting around in a straight line, spinning. Yay. Very M. But supposedly I want to give these like these like a level of intelligent movement, I guess. A relative movement. And you do this through like an assembly program type thing. These are relative velocity. Relative velocity. And we have nav target. Very you can have like relative and absolute heading. Absolute heading. Nav target. Relative heading towards. Relative heading away. Yeah. This is my yeah. somewhat, yeah. Also, I should probably, like, define the coordinate system. Coordinate system of a triangle. And we have to do it in ASCII art. Because reasons. Reasons? Too many reasons. Not very good reasons. A very large triangle. Maybe we might make our sample triangle a little smaller. For illustrative purposes. So this side is going to be positive y. This side is going to be negative y. This side will be minus x. You are going to be positive x. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, and then the headings are gonna be the thing. When was the last stretch? I don't think we've stretch braked at all today. There seems to be an extremely significant lack of stretch break ever since adding a whole bunch of other redeems. So it is not often that I remember to do so. More hype. E. Half of my normal viewers? I don't know. That's probably typical. Probably a typical day, I would think. I don't know. It's felt a little quiet today. Or from... I don't know. The far less informed question askers. They all fell asleep. They're all gone. I am all alone. Yeah. I might triangle to be more triangle. More triangle. Yum. I am all completely, absolutely alone, clearly. Clearly, everyone fell asleep. Their phones all died. Viewer count is literally 0. Probably. Which means it's time to drink water and I don't know. I might be memeing a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, orientations. About them orientations. Is that 0? Down, it's gonna be however many that was. 512? Yep, orientation is gonna be in hexadecimal. Good luck to anyone trying to figure that out. Confusing? I mean, this is like... This is like... I don't know. Everything. Anything and everything. See now, what I like to specialize in is like the ultra low level stuff, like assembly language type nonsense, and like systems programming and like emulations. All of these things are like very, shall we say, confusing, complicated, difficult. Extremely. Whereas you could just as easily go into Python and be like, x equals 9. Well, x is greater than 0. Print. Oh no. With an e. X. Subtract 1 from x. Oh no. E. I mean, that's not hard, is it? There's different levels. There are different levels. Clearly. Well, true. Y equals input. Print Y. And now it will echo. Echo. Everything. I typey. Use the Python to make some C to copy pasta. End of file error. I'm gonna write another program. While true, print x. Add 1 to x. Computer go burr. Computer go burr. It's very fast, but it's not that fast. Burr, very cold. Very hot. I have a nice computer thread. Anyways, I had some computer go burr. I drank myself some water. Been about 7 minutes since the stretch break was redeemed. Where the code could be applied. What might the day-to-day job of the programmer be? Depends on how deep you really want to go. For example, normally you probably want to make some sort of algorithm to do thing. So you might want to import stuff like pathlib, for example. Because pathlib has the all-important path, which lets you, grab files from the file system. And so we could, like, I don't know, glob things. Glob star E print E. Now I have a list of files in the file system. And then we could be like, E is become path to vid.sh as a string. Hello to Comrade Soul. And then we could be like Proton? Proton? Oh, think so. Path. I want path. God damn it. Make path to something. Read text. Oh look, file text. And then we could take file text and like split. And then we could like parse the file into little pieces. Or we could not do that. Or we could click the buttons that are like stretch time and what's it called? Or chibi me, so that when I get up, it's not weird. Not weird. And now you get to stare at the weird color chibi whilst I get up and or stretch. And just and I don't know, maybe we turn off the weird chibi. That's an option, right? Maybe? Ow.
Mia. Femshi F Momsh. I found my duck. Nice. Bubble. I have a duck tonight. Someone gives a duck? Oh, you. Here he'll hold you vo wahoo Joe. I hate home, how I hate of all help. I hate home hill hero hevo go hill lo wahoo Joe's here to hit hop here. You can't help a hill and a hit off for field line a he on him. Hope I he'll hump him. I heard him. He hope them ho wahoo Joe hey long him hulk and t quarter oh he pome here on he'll kill hit off him a hero he go he here for him he'll heal him.
Never enough duck. Maybe. I'm sure if you stick around long enough, I will intentionally put you to sleep. This is the nature of the Maisaka. Truly true.
Meowdy do.
I almost want to like get myself a snack.
Oahu Joe's ham, yum ham.
But that might be a bit much. A bit delay. Hi. Aloha.
How much?
How are we doing? I am a little bit hungry, honestly, because I haven't eaten since slightly before the stream started, I think. Or maybe a little bit further than that. I don't remember. No, it was before. Maybe it was like an hour before. I forget. Other than that, we are pretty good, I think. Sort of. Impossible. I eat food? Really, really? Misaka and winning factorial. I mean, if you put it, if you specify, preface this by saying space age, you would be absolutely and totally, completely. I still didn't finish space age. At the burns. At the burns. Very owie. Hand icing. Yeah. Just the icing on the cake. I mean hand. What flavor is it? Strawberry.
Oh no.
It might be strawberry. I've certainly burnt myself a couple of times over the years. I don't know if I had any super significant ones. I don't recall. Second degree, that is too much. Too much. I need to like very ow. Very ow. Yeah, I'm kind of very tempted to get myself a snack. Also, this has been sort of something along the lines of 20-minute break time so far. E. Getting out of my chair has been useful. It's almost enough to make me want, like, one of those standing desks or something again. I have not had one of those in forever. Ideal. Snack. Rotating sandwiches. What nonsense. Standing desks are a scam by big legs to sell you more legs.
E.
If there's two
I.
things
E.
that, like, somewhat helped me once upon a time, one was a standing desk, because I used to have one at the place I used to work out. And the other thing that used to help would be VR. I used to do VR and would stand a lot for VR stuff. That used to be my exercise source. I'm sad that I do not have this anymore. All this talk of sandwiches. Okay, I'm gonna go make food or something. Heat something up, which may or may not be a sandwich. E.
Burger. I require.
Too much. Ay, ay, ay. Too much. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. I have returned. This is the sort of the way of it. Oh, there's thing it. Thing. Lovely thing. What is thing? How is thing? Nobody ever asks why is thing. Why is thing? Do you know why is thing? I made myself toasted sandwich. Very simple, but tasty, maybe. We have band apple. Or maybe we have snack. I don't know. Wait, how the heck did a duck get out of the pool? I have no idea. Good morning. Hello. Today, we are pretty good, I think. I'm just kind of munching on snack because I got a little hungry. snack is a type of food. But it's not just a snack with a K. It's just snack with a double C. Made myself a sandwich. Delicious sandwich. As I gaze upon the pool of ducks,
I be shark duo 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 do 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 duo.
I find it incredibly fitting, perhaps, that the yiffweed duck is a fire-breathing dragon. Eh? We got some of that salad forest raid. Gasp. Very gasp. Incredibly gasp. I don't know, if you're not super ultra tired, I must ask the question. How did the stream go? As always, welcome. We need to shout out, I think, salad forest. Lots of yaps. Everyone likes some good quality, extensive, excessive amount of yaps. I don't follow. Why am I not follow? This is curious. This is curious. We must amend this at once. Truly. We do a variety of things here on the Maisaka channel. Sometimes we write the software. Sometimes we break the software. And sometimes we stare into the pool of ducks and ponder the nature of the universe. Or at least, that's what I might tell myself. But in reality, it's just sort of like a pretense to stare at a pool of ducks whenever I take a break that's significantly long. And I have in fact just finished a break that was
Duck, duck.
fairly long. Hello and welcome again to Shy Assassin. VT. A virtual television. No, wait. That's not how you how you word? This is not how you word at all.
Darkwing Duck says, let's get dangerous.
Darkwing Quack Duck. Let's get dangerous. That's a show that I have not seen in a hot decade or more, to be sure. To be completely sure. A show within a show. This is probably not terribly surprising. Because, as far as I remember, it's always been something where, like, the Darkwing Duck show kind of had, like, cameos in DuckTales. Or vice versa. They take place in, like, the same sort of universe. It's kind of odd. If you've never noticed it before. The Duckverse. Maybe. This may be the way of it. The Duckiverse. We want to go back to 3. Duck. Kitsune. This is not combination. That perhaps not exists. Behold the light that paths through the network and reveal the crazy kitty. Hello and welcome to Crazy Kitty. Hope you are doing good today. You know what? Since I am here and being silly, maybe we will shout out the Crazy Kitty. Truly, truly, nothing happened. Gasp. Gasp. Truly, gasp. Not every command has a function, but those that do are quite significant indeed. Very truly. Behold the coordinate system of the triangles, and tremble in fear. Or just either one really. Very truly. Today's stream has been about a rewrite, if you will, of the virtual machine overlay thing. The crazy gizmo. Central row of the directions, perhaps? Or maybe we need to put the X's in the middle. Maybe. The triangular direction diamond. Or maybe we add more space? Put plus Y up here? Minus Y down here? And then the coordinate system over here gets... What can we do with you? More spaces! I don't know if that's right. Might have to space the heading diamond out a lot more. A lot more. Somewhat eek. Maybe. I don't know, if we put these... No, it needs this. I think it definitely needs more spaces. Not enough space up in space. Coffee. Oh my. Oh my. And maybe we space you more. A little more. And then maybe we put arrows or something. This would be kind of a thing. Sort of. Star. The starburst. A very deluxe. Where are you? The. The starburst. Hotkeys. Delicious hotkeys. Delicious hotkeys. I could use some hotkeys, maybe. I don't know, though. Most of my stuff is, like, either triggered from redeems or something. Hotkeys are incredibly useful, though. I think. They let you quickly switch different things on and off or perform different actions. Definitely. Changing scenes. Not the scene. You know what I do when I need to, like, change change my scenes? It is something truly atrocious. I navigate all over LBS using like a cursor that I have to like fly around and fly a cursor around with a directional input thing that's not a mouse. And then I have to like click on all of the like things that I want to toggle on and off. And then I have to click switch. It is so incredibly not automated. It is a little bit ridiculous almost. Hello, and again, welcome to Lotus. Kushan. Delay. Delay. Too much delay. Too much delay. And it's not like I don't have the ability to set hotkeys for things. Because I sort of do. I have a bunch of different systems that would let me set hotkeys or quick actions or something, and yet none of it has ever at all been done. They are based on animations. Stream.x8664. What do we do with them? Are they actually like... Are they become assembly? Compiler of bytes? A very assembly? Directional diamond go burr. Very Godal. Godal is good stuff. Truly, truly. I went to the hard route with all my stuff. Could y'all mention? Yes. I wrote all of my stuff as like browser sources that communicate over sockets to some server that runs on a different system, written in Rust of all things. A weird amalgamation of JavaScript, TypeScript, and Rust. And a possibly cursed, made-up programming language. Or two. You've got the baby shark stuck in your head. In your head. Zombie. 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 We need zombie. Zombie. Why am I facing this direction again? Why does this thing break all the time? All the time? So, we've upgraded the virtual machine's shared memory space slightly by a factor of 4. And then I've been working on these like triangles. Triangular spaceships. And the triangular spaceships will be used as like a representation. What am I trying to say here? Zombie, what is in your head? The Duckverse. E becomes Q. How to synchronize the coordinate system. I never really worked out how to synchronize the coordinate system. Also, I think the shader actually uses a different rotation. Well, you might have to edit that. Where are you? Oh, it's this magic number. I think we have to divide this by 2. Pretty sure. I'm not entirely sure. Constant float. Unspin. 0.00613592315. Unspin. Unspin. Yes, that should be better. I think. Go back to overlay thingy. Also, for anyone joining who is not aware, we have ducks in the background. I broke it. Can we not unspin? Is this not how we unspin? I guess not. I guess not. One way of synchronizing this would just be to make the memory bigger. And then just pretend like there's more memory in the overlay, because the overlay doesn't care. The overlay doesn't know any better. It is clueless. It has no idea. Effectively, we could make triangle memory and memory the same thing. And it would be fun. Gotta love that memory. What was I looking for? Memory. I was looking for all of the memories. All of the memories? All of them? What do we want? We want offset? Offset? What do we want? I don't know. This times 2. Yeah. So much yeah. Where is media player? Like, why is this just playing over and over again? Because apparently searching for different songs makes the playlist virtually shorter. Who knew? Who knew? So much memory. Wait, we don't have like... I don't want the backing memory. New array of buffer. Can have the stuff. the 8,000 times 2. Elements, length, array, buffer, offset, and length. This is what I want. I don't know if length is in bytes or if it's count of items. I think it would be count of items. It's gonna be backing memory. Offset. Do multiplication here again. Array buffer is not assignable to a parameter of type array buffer view. Really? Well, we could do a uint8 array. This is a thing. This is a thing, maybe. Have good night's sleep. Take care. Okay, does this still work? This still looks like it works. I think. Got triangle flying around. We have triangle flying around. They were to make it so that memory is like bigger. Much bigger. Which I think should be allowed. I think. I don't really see the red one. Where'd the red one go? Am I blind? I don't see it. I don't think it's there. I think it's gone. I think it disappeared. I think it has well and truly disappeared. And if I tell it not to move, it's not there. Are you just a matter of like not enough? Enough values? Yeah, you were just like not enough values. It's actually, it looks like it's fine as long as I give it enough values. I think, yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Well, how silly would it be if, like, the triangles took on the colors of, like, the textures? The screen texture. I don't even know if I could do that or not. At least not easily. Like, maybe it's possible to, like, take the screen coordinates and, like, remap these in some way. But I don't. I don't know. I am very unsure. This is color, name color. I think what we could do, maybe, is do screen position, screen pox. Oh no. And I have screen scaled, screen position. Plus minus 1 And then where's color? I have the color here. We set it to screen position. And assuming I did not mess anything up. Which I don't know if I did or not. I need to make these a little bit darker. It seems like it becomes fully red, like halfway through the screen. I want it to be maximally red on the right side of the screen. Which I think now it is. Also, we need the other coordinate, which I think is like not being coordinated. Or if it is, I cannot tell. What am I gonna do with this then? I need to make it bigger? I don't think that's it. See, this is plus. Maybe we need to like add value. Maybe it's negative. It is very hard to tell, just from looking at it, where on the screen these things are. Yeah. Too much Ay, ay, ay. We could take the UVs and display that for testing purposes. Testing purposes. Do I want screen position? I think. Now I want the screen position to be the thing that we display. Will be screen position. And now I've really broken it. E. It has a very intense color here. But the fact that it kind of like cuts off like that is probably not what I want. Also, I think the Y is probably upside down. Very colorful, very intensification. Yeah, we want the Y, I think, increase going down. I'm not entirely sure. Color, though, definitely intensifies. Definitely. Very definitively. I think we do not want to add this until multiplication has happened, lest we end up with the wrong coordinate system. Not that that helped any. Not that that helped any. Alright, you look a little bit more what we want. It's very hard to tell if, like, red exceeds a certain value. A very quick way of telling, I guess, would be the Y. See, which one is weird? X? We could do step. A very step. Okay, so that is halfway. Right. Okay. Sort of. Okay. I don't know if this is like the coordinates we want though. Like, if we compare this to the texture coordinate. The texture coordinate is like the other way around on the Y. So this should probably be like negative. And then we have to like, I don't know, what do we have to do with this silly thing? I guess we just have to flip it. I guess just flipping it is fine. Yeah, position. So UV. It's gonna be the screen position nonsense. And then make the triangles equal the UV. Very flipping it. How many coordinates is this? Is this right number? I think so. I think so. Triangles. Delicious triangles. My favorite. Oh, and those. Some delicious triangles. Alright, we put texture in here. And put the backgrounds. background the way it was. More pizza. Gasp. It should be like T color XY. Z. A Z. They are a little bit, yeah, triangles be a little bit like, what even? Although I think what we actually want to do isn't grab the pixel position per se, it's to get the instance position. So we get screen position, which is pixel position. There's a bunch of transform applied to it. Now, indeed, we know we probably want instance position. That feels wrong. Probably because we lack use screen XY. I mean, it still doesn't look quite like what. Well, actually, maybe it's fine because the scene object here has transparency applied to it. I mean, if the background isn't transparent, then, like, they should approximately match. I think. Triangular food. Never enough triangular food. Delicious triangular food. Let me slow one of these down. Like a lot. That's not exactly apparent. Or it is. I mean, it still doesn't look quite right. That's the thing that gets me here. It doesn't look right. Like, it is heavily quantized, and I kind of get that, but like, it Like it lags behind. Maybe it lags behind because I'm missing an element. Is there supposed to be this other component here? The screen ZW offset thing? I might need to put that. This seems like it's not quite. It's been offset. Really, really weird. Really do apply this after. I don't know if it's right afterwards either. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is sort of an interesting effect. But it's not what I want. Do I even want to apply this value? I kind of do. It was kind of important, maybe. Maybe. It's very hard to tell what it's actually outputting, though. Like, where doth the triangle lie in the plane? can't tell. I really cannot tell. Let me put a step function in here and be like, must be greater than 7.5. Or maybe I broke it. Again. Somehow. How did I manage to break it again? Oh, we're missing a component here. E? Very E? Yeah, it doesn't turn on until... Oh, I don't know. 50? Let's do 50? It's definitely a number. Very slow triangle. Shader goes burr. A shader goes burr. You know what would help if the last color component was a 1? So that I'm not getting like partially transparent triangles? Might help. And now we have everything broken up into quadrants. Now, for whatever reason, the fast one is changing. It's turning red before it hits the the rightmost plane, which is like not what we want to have happen. I think this needs to be, I don't know, 1, maybe -1. No? No? .5? -0.5? And then this has to be, I don't know. Does this one have to be 0.5 or... Do we have to make this one 2? It's close. It's a lot closer to where it needs to be. I don't know if that's right or not, but it seems a little bit more like what I might expect from it. You can sort of see it whizzing past as it crosses the various thresholds. Alright, how about X? 0.9. I think it's kind of not. Not quite right. Yeah, it's red and it's way left of where it needs to be. I don't know why it's like spot on and then like this other one isn't, and it's very curious for this. Why is it like this? There surely must be a combination of settings. That will make this thing do whatever it needs to do. I think I made it worse. LLMs. I've tried this somewhat. I'd probably say, I don't know, they're interesting to a point, but also sort of flawed in some number of ways. Like, I think it's almost the same question that I have with a lot of different systems. I can't ever seem to figure out how to ask it the right thing. And then I get answers that are just not very useful. They are not very useful sometimes. Like, I have on occasion gotten something useful. But I don't know. It's very hit and miss. We are become chibi. Search engines. I don't know. I have trouble with search engines a lot as well. So maybe this just stems from it. It's definitely, I don't know, something. It's definitely something. Speaking of all the somethings, I'm not really sure which something I need to apply here to get coordinates located within Screen? That's a bit of another thing. If you try to ask an LLM some kind of like very highly specialized problem, sometimes it just falls on its face, or it gives you like nonsense. I don't know if this is because it doesn't know what I'm talking about, or if it doesn't know what I'm trying to explain, or if it's I don't know, more nonsense. Some company in Australia? Australia? Are we in the Australia now? E? Super advanced stuff? Super advanced next generation military combat robots? Maybe? Perhaps? Probably not. Screen. Zedwu. What do they want? Maybe 1-0. Zero. Watch the triangle. Don't look away. It flipped in the wrong place again. I am kind of not entirely convinced that I know what I'm doing. I don't even think I'm close. I don't even think I'm anywhere close. Yeah, why does it cross over? Why does it flip at that point? Do you have to be negative? I have to be negative. No, this doesn't look right either. -1 here, and then we'll put like 0. Are you closer? No? God damn it. Well, this is a very persistent triangle. You know, triangle 1 needs to probably do me a solid favor by like not moving on the y-axis. As I can tell much faster at a glance. And then we'll put you on the midpoint, I think. Maybe we won't. Wait, that's the wrong one. I don't know if I'm getting closer to the number that I need or if I'm getting farther from it. What if we just set this to some, I don't know, ridiculous number? Like 8. Absolutely ridiculous number. $768. Put the triangle a little closer to where I can see it, maybe. Well, now I'm curious if, like, the center point is set. So I think we'll do a step function. 0.5. And we have to do that to the triangle. I broke it. That's not the right variable. That is not the variable you're looking for. Doesn't even get that right. Doesn't even get that right. Is this doing anything? don't know? Oh yeah, I left the video overlays in my hair. E. I guess you don't get bad apple necessarily. I guess you're gonna get ID. ID. I don't know if I should be making this number bigger or smaller. Because it seems like very much like whatever I do does nothing. Alright, what if we just add... We'll just add a value. It is absolutely too much. I'm going to preemptively add the value in here. I didn't consider putting it in here. I don't really think that did much either. Ache. It's 100. I don't get the feeling that this value doesn't do anything. Why do I get the feeling that I just need to add number? or subtract number. 70? That's a good number, right? Minus 70. It's still offset wrong. It is still very much offset the wrong way. Or it's like scaled the wrong way. It's a very unusual behavior. $200. Oh, that's a bit much. Cat. 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 Fluffy cat? The one that sometimes sits in my lap? This cat? Probably around and about somewhere. Sometimes visits me. Sometimes sits on me. Not so much recently, but I don't know if that's a consequence of how I'm sitting or a consequence of cat behaviors. Yeah, I should almost just like take the coordinates the screen system uses, calculate them the same way. Instance position times inverse screen plus vector 2 minus 1 plus u screen to get like screen coordinates. And then we multiply u by 0.5. And and add 0.5, I think. Then we have error, maybe. What did we do? Screen, vector, screen, more vec2, more vec, that's not a number. That's not a number. I wonder how these values line up or not. No, I don't. Very, screen coordinates, go burr. Does this clip off the right? No. No. Not in the slightest. %. 0.95%. Or whatever. Curious. This one's kind of shifted over. That is extra curious. Maybe I got all the coordinates wrong. I didn't really consider the, like, scaling factor behind these. Behold, a scaling factor. And tremble in fear. Hey, DPI displays. Kappa. I'm gonna go with Kappa. My displays aren't high DPI. And it's designed for my displays. Kappa. Totally works on my machine. Definitely. Screen position. It almost looks different. Kind of sort of looks different. So we get color from the texture. Do these work? They just work now? They might just work now. I think we discovered epic mystery. Very epic mystery. And I want the display, the triangles, display at full opacity. Values on the back of the surface. Yeah. I think I have shadered myself into like exhausted. We have achieved colored triangles. Triangles that take on the color of the texture behind them. Which I think is pretty interesting. can't help but think that size of said triangles are probably a little bit, or no, the size of the backing texture is a little bit off. Maybe. This is what is it? It's 100 and or 1,920 pixels divided by 256. So each block should be 7.5. 7.5. Browsers should not be operating systems. I don't know. I don't know. What if you make an operating system in a web browser? And then you run a web browser inside of the operating system inside of the web browser? Exec rm rf, no preserve root, rm command not found, exit code 127. Truly? One loves to delete system 32 or the root partition. These are the way of it. These are apparently the way of the thing. Format C. Floppy disk noises. More floppy disk noises. Spinning hard drive clicking intensifies. Too much. I don't know. But the one thing I do know is that it's been somewhere on the order of like 9 hours, which is plenty, shall we say? Enough where I am probably going to click the button that turns this lovely text on. Maybe if I ignore it, it will go away. The text The mystery text, it's still there, beckoning me to click the stop stream button. Why do you want me to end now, crazy text? What did I do? We made that triangle. Look at the triangle. This kind of keeps going and going. Next time on the Mesaka stream, maybe we will connect the triangle to the virtual machine proper. Or maybe we won't. I don't know. I need to kill some of these threads. Or windows or whatever. Watching file changes. I don't want to watch file changes. What if I don't want to watch file changes? Is all this new? All that is new. This got changed quite a bit. E. I might have to like commit that, commit this. I don't know if I want to add the weird extra part of memory or not. Are you shared memory? Deleted that. Yeah. Maybe that's fun. Might be. Somewhat. Obviously, we're not going to grab everything. This, on the other hand, do want to commit all of these before we go. I think. Commit. More of memory. Origin. What does that mean? I think. Yeah. 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 That's. Yeah, that's not gonna mess everyone up. Surely not. Anyways, now that that's taken care of, yeah, I think we will go for the night. Day, night, one of these things. Yep. Uh-huh. So we must, as always, say bye-bye for now. Take care, everyone. Thank you much all for watching, lurking today. These sorts of things. Our final duck population is 77 for the curious. They have multiplied greatly in my absence. Very eek. It's time to quit that before I forget again. As always, I will be back again probably in a day or two, I think. It's basically like my Saturday, which is, I don't know, it's Sunday after in the UTC. I don't know, time zones are weird. Time zones be weird sometimes. Whatever it is, we'll be back then. Or at least we should be. As always, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go now. Bye. Thank you again. Bye bye again for like the 4th time. I think we're just gonna go disappear. Yeah. Which means we need stare. Too much stare.